There we go. Oh, but the music died off. I gotta fix that. Hello, everyone. Hopefully my mic's coming through accurately. I am very tired. Coming at you live from me and me and my boxers. I just took a shower. I'm feeling pretty good. You know, it's pretty proven that showers always make you feel good. Then again, I think a bunch of other communities need to learn that. Hello, the real Dan the man. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Who else we got here? Funky. I saw you earlier. Bo, good to see you, buddy. D, how you doing? I sound tired. Call it more of my natural voice. Let's say that. Definitely more of a natural voice thing. Hi, Emma. Good to see you, buddy. Let's see. Hold on, let me get my music working again. Because or I could just turn on desktop audio and just cheat that way. I think I could do that, actually. Hopefully... Actually, no, if I turn on... No, you won't hear double of me. I got scared for a second. Let me set my Discord to do not disturb real quick. That way you don't hear pings. And then I can get this working. There we go. Get that over there. Get this man a Baja Blast. Oh my goodness. I love Baja Blast so much, but I'm trying to lay off the soda, honestly. Apparently, like, Mountain Dew made another Baja type of flavor, but I think they're just trying to desperately cash in on the craze that was Baja Blast, because now they have a new one and it's like an orangish red color. It's like a almost of a blood orange color. And they're like, guys, it goes great with Doritos. And I'm like, all right, guys, you're trying too hard now. You're trying too hard. So we're gonna draw DeviantArt hate art of limited run. Me with a bat smashing limited run games. Be like, grr, limited run games, how dare you? I didn't finish the documentary about the insider information about limited run yet. I did watch a little bit. But it is sad the things they're doing. Not to mention just how, like, I mean, everyone kinda guess like it's basically almost like manipulating the market in a way. But it just makes me sad when I see like a cool game and it's like, yo, it's getting re-released or it's getting released in like a physical format. It's like, that's right, limited run games. And I'm like, ah. And it's like, it's almost like one of those necessary evils in a way, because it's like, if you don't buy it when they release it, well, good luck, buddy, because it's all going to eBay, you know, after the run ends for like quadruple the price. I find it funny. It's literally just like printing your own money in a way. The leap in cadence between streams, calls, and videos is astounding. Oh, yeah, this is what I sound like when I'm not putting up my front of what I am online. Then again, I think I internally make my voice higher for my videos and when I'm around friends and stuff, but yeah, this is the rare occurrence you catch me in my real form. Let's see. Okay, so my music just disappeared. You know, I'll just go to my music folder here. And I'll play some stuff from Echo. And we'll just do this. That's good. That shouldn't be too loud. Let me know how the volume on that is. If I should turn it up or down or whatever. I was going to play music off YouTube, but having all these tabs open tends to kill things, so I'm not even going to bother. We're going to close that over here. Go here, go here. There we go. Alright, we're pretty much set now. Me personally visiting the limited run games retail store. Oh, I forgot they had a couple physical stores, you know? It's funny you bring that up. I guess the way they're going, their physical stores will become limited runs also. Now, where did I put my drawing pin at? There we go. So I'm gonna be working on like multiple different things tonight. I'm just gonna kind of let my ADHD guide me. So this is for the upcoming Sonic video. This is the Jatella. Here we go. Wait, where's the colors? Oh, I gotta go to this frame. This is the thing I plan to animate with Jatella running. Bit of an ambitious project, but I'm happy with the style I got with this, so we'll see how that goes. And then I got some different sprites. I got a sprite sheet of Sonic Advance, because I need a reference, but not just Sonic. I think I also have Cream. Let me see. I got Sonic. I got a bunch of other stuff. This is a reference for like running frames and stuff. And then I can just kind of like go back and forth with what I have and, you know, do that there. Let me try to, sorry, and I'm going to try to keep up with chat as much as possible. Although the drawing may be slow. Hard to believe they made a Philips CDI controller for it too. Oh, wait, really? Man, you hate that you paid them for Rocket Knight twice? Oh, it was one for like a physical version and the other to like get the plushie or something? But yeah, limited run, definitely like a necessary evil, because it's like, well, there's no other company making a physical version of this game. But you hate to like buy it through them, but it's like you kind of have to if you want a physical version of it. And the sad thing is, at least what I'm thinking is that I used to think it's really stupid to do that, to make a limited run of games. I mean, I understand they're banking on FOMO and also the fact that, you know, well, yeah, it's purely mostly FOMO and stuff, and they want people to rush and get it. But the dumb thing though is like I feel like fans of a particular series are going to buy a game anyways. So when you mix in, oh yeah, and like after these 1,000 copies are sold out, we're never making any more. That's like the stupidest thing ever. Because it's like back in the day, the only reason why a game went out of print is because, well, there was really no reason to print it anymore. You know, the studio went down, the sequel came out, there were so many in circulation, people didn't need to buy one anymore. And nowadays, it's like, I hate how game releases are treated like, especially physical ones, they're pretty much banking on how they know a lot of modern gamers want physical media that isn't going to, you know, disappear like digital goods. So, I mean, now, I mean, we're kind of being suckered into that, but sadly, I'm still a sucker because I'm going to buy the games that, because I know what, actually, wait a second, no. Is that Bubsy Collection coming out? Is that limited run? Or is that something else? I cannot remember. I got to look that up later, actually. Oh, let me scroll back up a bit. Voice video is real Tay and powerful thing. Tay, I have a question. What's this song, by the way? This song was made by my buddy Echo Faust. They're on YouTube. And he lent me some music I could use for my streams and stuff. You know, stuff that won't get me copyright stricken. I don't know if he made this song public yet. It might be. I think he called it Weather Channel, but he made me a special extended version. After the stream, I'll see if he made it public or not, and I'll ask if he can put it out there, but it's really good. What else we got? I'm making a visual novel. Would you play it? Oh yeah, I would definitely play your visual novel. I'm always up for trying something, especially if you make a game. I love it when my friends make games. If limited run games distributes games on Steam, does that mean they get delisted? Probably. That'd be funny. Hey, Cybershroom, good to see you, fam. A big ass tail. Oh my god, bro. Don't worry, I'm gonna be drawing myself like a new PNG tuber. Probably one in my style now that I'm trying to get more acclimated into drawing. Or one in like different poses, so it's like if it's a drawing stream, it'll be like me at like, you know, my desk drawing or something. Other than, you know, generic PNG tuber yammering in the corner. Let's see. You said you got PS5 and Switch copies of Rocket Knight Respark? I see. You love GOG for the fact that you can keep the game, actually? Yep. So, I thought I had a GOG account, but I didn't, so I made one a couple weeks ago. And glad I did, because, man, I mean, I'm trying to think of like why people don't talk about GOG as much, or maybe it's just the community isn't it. I don't want to be one of those guys like, why is nobody talking about this? And people are like, we have been talking about this. But I would say at least in my corner of the internet and the friends I hang around, nobody talks about GOG at all. I mean, when I talked about it in Discord and I posted, I said, hey guys, I got a GOG account. I had a couple people that are like, what the heck is GOG? The thing was, I knew about GOG for probably a year, but I never made an account because I used to think it was just knockoff Steam, you know? And, you know, nobody likes new launchers for their games, you know? But let's be real. Oh, God. I think it's less of the fact that people hate launchers and more the fact that, like, modern day launchers are just, like, ad-ridden and annoying to deal with. Like, EA, please, go away. Let's see, anti-ibuprofen. Just got back from Coolville. Everybody knew you, Tay. I thought you were gonna say just got back from Stupid Town. Everybody knew you were there. And then my rebuttal to that would have been, well, why were you there in the first place? I think somebody tried to do that joke on me, but it's fun to flip it on them. I need to find a way to like overlay chat on top of the stuff I draw, not like, well, not from your POV, but from my POV, because I have to physically keep looking right if I want to read chat while drawing, and I'll figure it out. So for those of you, let me actually explain what I'm doing. I'm jumping between different projects, but the one thing I've been trying to work on is this new type of animation for Jatella. I'm not saying this is specifically for the game, but called a proof of concept, but I wanted to work on something that's a bit more. I was working on tweaking the design. Not saying that all my future art is gonna look like this. I like jumping around. Let me see, like there's the sketch, where's the other one? You know, I got a bunch of other stuff I've been doing. But I feel like hypothetical game, I think this is like perfectly sized. It took me I'm a little embarrassed to admit like how many hours it took me to conjure this together, because I wanted to blend between something that was like not too detailed but not too basic, you know. I ain't no pixel artist. I'm just gonna say that already. Those of you that know how to build characters with squares and make them actually look decent and readable on a screen, I applaud you. You guys are awesome. As for me, you know, and well, don't question like, Tay, why are you using A-Sprite for this? Just use Clip Studio. And to that I say, Clip Studio's scary. I've never learned how to properly use that, and I'm already properly used to A-Sprite, so whatever. I'm gonna use it until the day it breaks. There's really no reason. I mean, when you think about it, isn't all art technically pixel art when you think, you know? All art's technically pixel art. Let me see. Let me read through chat a bit. It'll never happen because licenses will always have some sort of expiration, but the ideal LGR like company would be a print-on-demand deal. Yeah, that's true. Bubsy is limited run. It's coming in the Carbon engine. Oh boy. Yeah. I'll probably be getting the Bubsy collection. Usually when I get game collections from limited runs, I know they tend to do like, oh, here's the base game, but like, here's the super crazy collection that costs like $200+, and I'm like, buddy, I don't got that kind of money. I just give me the games. That's all I want. I want to buy it. It's cool because I can let my friends and family borrow it. I love it. Atari bought Bubsy in 24 since the Hong Kong company shuttered. You know, still sucks to me that the Bubsy's creator passed away a while ago. Honestly, I would have loved to talk to them about just like, you know, just the creation of Bubsy in general. But I mean, I think if there's one thing about Bubsy that makes me happy. I mean, one, my mother has a strong connection to Bubsy. Apparently, like that's one of the games she had when she was younger. Um, but it's funny seeing like how the online atmosphere has changed so much around Bubsy. Because I don't know, people kind of treat Bubsy like Sonic, but the funniest thing about like Bubsy versus Sonic is that like I would say, is it rude to say Bubsy's never really had a triple A game? I mean, you could count the first two games as pretty decent, honestly. You know, people make fun of them, but in all honesty, if you actually play them, they're not that bad. I think the first two games definitely fall into the territory of, you know, weird, quirky YouTuber picks up the game and goes, "Oh, guys, it's another Sonic clone, or it's another Mario clone," and I guess, I mean, there probably was DNA of copying Sonic to some degree, but oh my god, that reminds me of how much I absolutely loved old gaming magazines and mascots and stuff. It's just, you guys will probably know, I can't think off the top of my head, but nothing is funnier than an old gaming magazine, right? And you got like, you know, your two bumbo scrimblos over here, and they're like, "Heh, Mario, heh, Sonic, heh, why don't you play my game?" And then you look at this like forgotten mascot, and he sold like he sold like 10,000 copies of some obscure SNES game that no one's ever played. And they try to act like, you know, we got more attitude than Sonic. We got more platforming than Mario. And they fail in both ways. Oh, man. Then again, there were some good, I would say, yeah, there are some good, you know, Sonic clones out there, but, well, then you end up with Awesome Possum and oh, you end up with a lot of weird stuff. I will have you know, Stupidville is actually very pretty. Okay. All right. I mean, as long as the housing market's good there. Oh, left. Hey, Tay, hope you're doing well. Good to see you, buddy. Sorry I'm reading chat a bit delayed. I'm starting at the top, even though I should probably work my way down to the bottom. Gonna have a file size of 50 gigs with... Nuh-uh. I mean, I could technically export the sprites as PNGs. You know, I don't have to be like, it's got to account for every pixel. You know, because I'm not looking... It's not really... It's less pixel art and more, I just like this medium for drawing. You know, if that makes sense. All right, so there's the sketch there. There's the framework. So I think the next pose I want to work on is like her crouching. And I'm using Sonic Advance 2 as a reference. So let me actually start doing that and stop being distracted. There. I'll play that. Let me get my references up. Actually, no, let me use this. Sonic Advance sprites, my beloved. So the animation I plan to do is in 2 parts. I plan to draw her crouching and then running forward. And I have a bunch of different sprites from a bunch of different games I'm using as a reference. So it's these bad boys right here. Oops. So basically these 4 sprites right here. Now obviously I'm going to take my own inspiration for it, but I like this crouching right here. And there's a lot to interpret from it. I don't know what y'all think about Sonic Advance sprites, but personally to me, I feel like there's a reason why so many people call this like the best version. Oops. Let's do sprite. Do select, let's do inverse, and then we'll hit delete. There we go. And then we'll just work off of these bad boys. And go here. Come on, let me speed read through some of these. so I don't miss chat real quick. The Atari 2600 Plus is generally so cool and I want to get someday. I gotta get that actually. 2600 Plus. Where are they priced at? VCS for the meme? Alright, buddy. Alright. You know what? You can get it. I won't make fun of you for getting the VCS if you port your game to it. Port your game to the VCS, and you know what? Nothing but respect on my end, then. Alright, you know, let me get into a more comfortable position. Put my chair back a bit. Put my keyboard here. Alright, got chat up on the top. There we go. Decent mini PC for emulation of indie games. Huge JonTron fan, excited to play Bubsy for the first time. Bro! You know, it's so funny. I'm sorry I keep branching off from thing to thing. I'll get to your guys' comments eventually. It's gonna take me a second. The funniest thing, like, yeah, I'll make it quick. The funniest thing about, like, JonTron's old videos is that I remember I rewatched some of them. And I'm not gonna lie, they are funny. But the funniest thing about some of his, like, quote-unquote game reviews he does is that he barely reviews the game at all. Like, I'm watching some episodes, and, like, he'll encounter, like, one weird thing or do something, and then he'll do, like, a whole sketch bit and, like, you know, tweak out about it. And then he'll just... and then he just makes fun of the game and does whatever, and it's so funny. I'm like, these older YouTube reviews about games were so funny, man. Because it's like... you're rewatching, you're like, wait a second, where's the review? All you did was just make fun of, like, this specific segment or whatever. You didn't talk about the ending. You barely talked about who made it, you know? It's just funny. Oscar is hotter than Bubsy, let it be known. Oh, nah, we ain't starting that kind of propaganda now. Mario clone, more like Pong clone, since it's a video game, and we all know Pong was the first one. Veggie, hey Tay, out at the moment, but I'm gonna try and stick around for this stream. All right. Hey, if you can't, no big worries. Streams always stay after I'm done anyway, so it's not like you're really gonna miss too much. And I think I was working on, hold on. Aha! See, this is why you always put notes when you draw. So my sketch was using a 4-pixel brush. But we're not doing the sketch, actually. We're doing the framework. So I'm gonna be honest, I am not an animator, big surprise. However, that doesn't stop from the fact that I know a lot of animation principles that get used, and I want to find a way to incorporate that in my idea. If only I can get this to show up. Why isn't the onion skin showing up? Or will, oh, wait, does the the background makes it not seeable. I see what's going on here. That's fine, honestly. I'll move that here. Actually, let me pull this image up over here so I know what I'm working with. Tyler Tasmanian Tiger murdered Crash Bandicoot and Sonic, a menace. Yeah. Croc-8 Mario. Yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about, yeah. Oh man, I miss that kind of energy. That's something I want to bring in with, like, you know, my eventual game someday. I want to have like a huge ad campaign, but like mimicking all the stuff I love from like older video games. I love the surrealism. I love the absurdity. It's just funny. Like, I don't know. It's just like the, I don't know. It's just, there's some things you can't even put into words. Some ads were just literally like, I'm sorry I keep laughing about this, but it's like, go back in the day, you get a full 2-page ad, and it's like, imagine some, I don't know, I'm making this up now, but like, it's some guy sleeping on the park bench with the propeller beanie on their head, and I don't know, in the background is like a dog looking at them or whatever, and you're like, what is this? Like, and that's all they give you. And then you see in like 3 little boxes in the bottom is screenshots of the game, and it's advertising like, I don't know, Klonoa or something. I mean, well, the Klonoa ads are actually kind of funny. Quite possibly, what was the way the ad went? Something was like, the only thing weirder than your sister or something. I'm like, man. And then we're all familiar with Earthbound and its advertising, you know, this game stinks. Which is so funny. But I remember there was someone out there that was making like a, what was it? Was making a video was like, did Earthbound really fail because of its advertising? And one person brought up like, Earthbound didn't exactly fail because of its advertising. It's just something that kind of flew under the radar for a while. Because the thing was, like, a lot of people used the false rumor kind of spread around that saying, oh, that one specific ad saying that the game stinks was enough to kill its own marketing. But it doesn't make sense because at that same time, like, all gaming ads were like that. So for Earthbound to have, you know, a silly ad doing something like that would have not killed the game, you know? Also, you gotta remember too, is just that there's so many video games out there, it's just completely possible for good stuff to be missed. That, you know, that happens to this day. Why do you think people make so many YouTube videos, myself included, about, like, you know, games that you just normally don't see because they're good? They fly under the radar. I blame YouTubers for my warped perception of what a review actually is. So yeah, reviews on YouTube, so the word review in itself really needs to be studied, because I'm sorry, I'm not really drawing that much. I'm really bad. I can either talk or draw. I'm gonna try my best to do better. But the word review needs to be studied, because some people will say review and it's just like bashing a game, and then there's a couple like irrelevant skits, and then that's it. Like a proper review, but the thing is, like, it doesn't need to be some prim proper review where, you know, it's like a college, you know, like this is some sort of college essay. You gotta have a proper beginning, middle, and end and everything, you know? Reviews can be funny, but I think a lot of older reviews just went off the fact that, oh, hey, this thing's weird, let me make fun of it. And then the video just ends. And you're like, oh, okay, I see. Got a game devil watching in the background. Hey, that's fine. Get Jatella in Times Square right now. I doubt she'll be that popular, but you know what? She makes me happy. I think the #1 thing is, you know, I feel like everyone should have something they're proud of, right? These days, there's so much AI art and junk going around, and there's people that are always, like, constantly bashing you, regardless of your art skills. You know, I am not a good artist by any means, but I know what I like and I know what I want to make. So I encourage people, if you have something you like, you know, whether it be an OC or a project or something, you gotta keep at it. And I mean, this sounds really silly, but I'm gonna be real with you guys. Jatella is literally the reason I have been able to stay focused for these last couple of years. I know it sounds really stupid, but to me, internally, I have so many ideas. I need to get them out there. The problem is, like, you know, I either lack the skills or the time. So what I'm doing is that little by little, I'm building up my skills, so when my idea can be fully realized, I'll be happy. And that's why I'm happy to do this, you know? She's my personal project, my pride and joy. And, you know, I don't intend to, like, make some sort of super popular game or something, you know, that, like, breaks expectations, but I want to make something that I've had in my mind for years. It just annoys me because every day I'm thinking of stuff, and until I actually make it, I'm gonna drive myself crazy. Dress up in a Jatella fursuit, drive to Nintendo headquarters and grab a megaphone. All right, hey, plumber boy. Jatella planting a plant over a chopped up Animal Crossing tree of characters stunned in the background. This isn't your granddaddy's game. Yeah. What about that one Rayman ad with big features or something like that? Yeah, and all the guys are looking over. Yeah. Oh man. Ideal ad would be the main character on the toilet with the text saying "taking a fat games." Honestly, I intend to do all that. I want to do all the absurd, all the stupid. That kind of stuff rocks. Y'all gotta share with me at least some of your personal favorite gaming ads. I'm like, oh my goodness. One that sticks out to me as a kid was Pac-Man. I can't remember if it was Pac-Man World or World 2. I think it was World 2, where it's just some guy that's just painting his head yellow. And I'm like, but like at a glance, you're like, what does this have to do with anything? And then you see in the bottom right corner, Pac-Man World 2. It's just like, that stuff is great. Oh man, I already got one, man. This game stinks. I'll tell you, what does it say weekly Wednesday? Because today is Thursday. Nah, you see, whenever I stream, it's always Wednesday. You have been transported to my pocket dimension. There is no escaping. It's now Wednesday again. Nah, I always call it weekly Wednesday, even if it's on Thursday. You got to keep up with the gimmick, even if the bit's dead. You got to keep it up. Nice drawing, by the way. Thank you very much. Lily's Young Life. Nice to meet you. I will forever argue Earthbound's ads didn't really kill it, but it was competing against games like Final Fantasy IV and Chrono Trigger. I like Earthbound, but it looks incredibly dated compared. Yeah, so yeah, you're actually completely right. Yeah, those comparisons. Oh, I can turn this off. Let's go to framework. Yeah, if you put Earthbound up next to those games, then what is it? It's Atomic Bomb versus Coughing Baby. Is that how the phrase goes? And I think it's a matter of, you gotta remember, back in the day, people did judge books by their covers, and well, in this instance, games by their graphics. I will never stop being mad at how a lot of game reviewers back in the day absolutely trashed the first Rayman game because it was a 2D platformer. People forget that, like, the gaming climate today, everyone's open to everything because it's like, oh, we have so many options. But I think people forget that back in the day, if your game was not pushing the newest thing, it was, people pretty much had the mindset of, what's the point of even playing it? And I think people forget that when we're in the era of 3D, if you were not like, you know, gutting your entire company to make sure that everyone had a silicon graphics computer and they had expertise in making 3D models, and you were dumping millions of dollars into something that was gonna look like a crusty JPEG at the end of the day, your game wasn't gonna do well, even if it was an amazing game. But like, I actually remember the exact quote from this old gaming magazine I read. It was like, they were rating Rayman, and they were like, oh, this game looks cool, it looks beautiful, it's got nice levels. And then they gave it a low score. I think like out of 10, I think they gave it like a 4. They were like, it's still a 2D game though. And I'm like, man, the hatred for 2D games is insane. But I mean, you know, again, looking at it from the lens of back in the day, if, you know, 3D's the future. It's the cool new shiny thing. Why wouldn't you make your game in 3D? But it's nice to know that there were some developers back in the day that were like, well, they didn't think 3D was a fad, like Sega was. Oh man, they're like, 3D's a fad. All right, now let's make a console that prioritizes 2D graphics, and then PlayStation comes along and they go, oh shoot. Few RPGs that actually make it to the US. Yep. Death Battle, Mimi versus Jatella. True. Lyra. Yeah, make what you want to see. Yep. Matt, I'm not a good artist. Yes, you are, boss. I guess we all have different ideas of good because I mean, unfortunately, you shouldn't be doing this, but, you know, we all end up comparing ourselves to something else at the end of the day. And while you should be happy with yourself, you know, for me, I know what I'm trying to strive for. So, you know, I'll get to what I want eventually. But in the meantime, it's just more of what I do for fun. Gotta go study. See you later, Bo. Take care of yourself. You like my pocket dimension idea? Yeah, when I stream and you watch, it's just instantly Wednesday again. All right, framework. Sorry I gotten so distracted, but talking to you guys is fun. Let me go to, where are my references? Let me go to Sprite. Oh wait, no, I literally put it under references. Yep. So you can't see it, but I have a folder here called Run Cycle, and I took some screenshots from like Sonic running and stuff. Now, I had two startup ideas I wanted to do. I wanted to take something from the, what was it? The, let me see if I can find it. The Sonic CD pencil test. I don't know if you guys have watched that before, but that has some really cool animations in there. A couple go unused, actually. But that's also part of the inspiration for this. Let me see if I can go here. So 2, 3, 4, 5. So I guess we're looking at like 2 or 3. Now I could do this frame in two ways. I could like do an actual frame where she bends down, or I could do like 2 frames. You know, one where she's standing, the second one's a smear frame, and then the third one is her actually crouching. Or, you know what? It might be better if we just jumped from frame 1, frame 2, she's already crouching, and then we just do the in-betweens from there. I don't know if that's a smart way to animate or not. I feel like that could be. Incredibly niche genre for the time. Coughing Baby versus Hydrogen Bomb. Yep. Oh, Lemmings. Yes. Toot Toot Shark Warrior, bruh. Leave my boy Sonic alone. Not gonna lie though, Sonic CD was my entire personality in middle school. Alright, so I'm estimating. Yeah, should be there. Huge Some Call Me Johnny fan, excited to play Sonic CD for the first time. Alright, buddy, I'll have you know, I've been watching Johnny ever since I think I had internet as a kid. Oh my god, his animations and reviews are so freaking good. I think like him, and there's a couple other YouTubers that like, I already like Sonic a lot, but you know, those were like big reasons that like not only I like Sonic, but I learned a lot more about Sonic as a kid. When, you know, other channels were like making fun of him constantly. It was nice to have someone that actually knew what they were talking about, but also backed it up with like, you know, good gameplay and a good articulation of what makes a Sonic game good. Or if it's, you know, a not good Sonic game, you know, why it ain't really that good. The delisted Sonic Marathon. Yo! Johnny Shadow escaping prison island joke is still iconic. Yes! My personality has and always will be my cool Transformers toys. You know what? Transformers is pretty cool. Sadly, I did not get the Transformers autism. I got the Sonic autism. But you know what? I still think Transformers is really cool. I feel bad that I never got into it like other people did. But I mean, at the end of the day, I just kind of, I just mostly watch what I think is cool. Let's see, basic shape. I'm thinking like bend the knee there. Now, if the head shape was there, we're gonna want it like down here, I'm thinking. Let me get that circle tool. You got both? Oh, nice. At least you didn't get the Ben 10 autism. Uh-oh. I have a confession to make. Ben 10, my beloved. I would say it's less of the Ben 10 autism and just more of, I think I've literally watched everything Ben 10 related. With the exception of the most recent series on Cartoon Network. But prior to that, I watched just about everything. And I think the main reason why I love Ben 10 so much was back when I was younger. This was like, I guess before my mother got like really busy and stuff and just life got kind of out of hand. But those are one of the few shows my mother would actually watch with me and was like, oh, this is really cool. To the point where I would get home from school and she was already watching some of the episodes that I had set on demand. But yeah, I think OG Ben 10, Flapjack, Chowder, oh my goodness. I honestly can't think of a better era, you know? And this is when we still had bits of Ed, Edd and Eddy, you know, before that was completely phased out. And, you know, regular show was just cropping up. Perfect era, man. Perfect era. And now, I don't want to be one of those guys that's like, animation isn't good anymore. All the cartoons I loved as a kid were the best ones. I remember good quality entertainment. But the sad fact is, I feel like a lot of cartoon shows today just don't hit the same highs as like they used to. And I'm probably wrong, but at least I'll also say too is that even if a cartoon does hit the same highs, it gets canned. It just straight up, nothing makes me more mad than seeing like a decent show gaining some traction, and then you hear, and it's like, you find out from like the creator of the show on Twitter or something, they're like, hey guys, like I'm sorry to say that our show's been canceled after like the first season or two. Like, really? What the heck? I remember when Cartoon Network actually employed people. I know, right? What are they doing now? Trying to use AI? I wouldn't be surprised. Freaking hate Warner so much. They ruined everything. To the point where it's not even subtle, where they're like, you know, it's just like, yeah, we're gonna be blatant about it. Yeah, we're killing off all this stuff because it's cheaper for us. When there's no financial incentive to do so for like, people are like, hey, we're willing to buy this, and they're like, no, we're gonna kill it. I've always hated that. And that's the whole thing why it's like piracy really isn't that bad these days, you know? Like back then, you could kind of fight against piracy because it's like, you know, the physical media's right here. Go buy it, support the show. We get it. Nowadays, it's like, oh, like we have the money, we would like to buy it, and now the company's saying we do have it, we're just not selling it to you. Oh, another big thing for piracy that's like, if I'm a big believer in that, like if a show or a game or whatever is not sold in your country and you cannot obtain it in any like legal way, there's literally nothing wrong with pirating it. Because I remember I got some friends in Brazil and stuff, and there's like some stuff that just doesn't get sold there, or some shows that never get shown. And it's like, and most of the time, it's not because like a company forgets. It's like a company refuses to like broadcast it in certain countries. And it's like, well, then screw you. It's like, if I want to watch this and you're not gonna, what's the point? Because I always hate it when companies are like, oh, we lost millions of dollars because people pirated our show. And then you're like, well, how is this equated? And then it turns out it's like, oh, a bunch of people in like other countries are pirating this show. But the thing is like they don't even sell, they don't even make it available in the first place. So it's like, why are we even having this conversation? Uh, Yo, rehire my goat Brax. Definitely, Brack. Space Ghost Successor, yeah. Into a TikTok format? Oh yeah. Knowing the way, yeah, modern media is, yeah, that would fit. Because I mean, think of like a 30 to 60 skit, the animation's pretty easy. Yeah, I could see that taking off. Was it most of Cartoon Network's Warner's money initially earned via toy sales? So, I believe so. Actually, I think yes. Select, there we go. So I do know for like a lot of shows, especially like indie animated projects and stuff, take something like Monkey Wrench, right? Which, if you haven't watched Monkey Wrench, by the way, please do. Freaking phenomenal show. But yeah, when it comes to shows, yes, toys and merch always make more money than the actual show itself. Which is kind of sad, but it makes sense, When you make a show, that's it. You watch it, it's over, bam. When you make merch, that's where all the money comes from. Because, you got plushies, you got t-shirts, you got keychains, the whole 9 yards. That kind of stuff people can always eat up because it's almost like an infinite source. That's why companies these days push so hard for merch. Not saying it's a bad thing, but it is quite telling when a good show these days isn't even enough to keep it alive. It's no different than the video game market. Like, oh, you make a bad game, we close your studio and fire everyone. Oh, you made a good game? Nice. Well, we're still closing your studio and firing everyone. You can't win. You quite literally cannot win. Family Guy was initially canned until the DVD sales kicked in, I think. Really? Oh, really? So it was just like they were canning it, and then the DVD sales came in. They're like, oh wait, people actually like this stuff, and then they were like, all right, keep it, bring it back. This is worse than the time we were canceled. Oh my god. Realistically speaking, how long do you think Family Guy and The Simpsons and I'm not even gonna say South Park. And we already saw what happened with Futurama. All right, let's just take Family Guy and The Simpsons, right? Realistically, how long do you think they can keep going in the future? And I'm gonna bring up a morbid yet very real fact we need to discuss that I think people forget is voice actors. Unfortunately, people die. That's kind of a side effect of being human. So when a voice actor dies, what are they gonna do? Because are they gonna go? Because there's several ways, and different shows handle this in different ways. And I mean, we've seen it happen in the past. Um, do you get a sound alike? Do you get a completely different person, or do you just straight up write them out the show? And it's like we're getting to the point where it's like, we have so many new animators and writers, and then eventually voice actors. It's like, does the soul of the show keep going once, like, all the original people that made something are more or less gone? So Death will probably kill Family Guy. Yeah, well, when it comes to the voices, oh, definitely. I think The Simpsons has future proved itself to where it can always keep going. They're already experimenting with swapping voice actors. Oh, really? Oh, the rotating timeline gimmick? Homer's technically always relatable. Now he was born in the mid. Oh, yeah, I remember that. There was a lot of discussion about that. About, like, wait a second, this doesn't make sense. Yeah. Secret fourth option of AI voices. Hype, no. Well, I mean, I think a lot of places, not everyone, but a couple people made it certain. They were like, no, AI's never touching. Also, you got to remember, AI voices, like, the sad part, I feel like AI voices can actually work for Family Guy. Not saying that I endorse it or I want that. I'm saying in the sense of, like, everyone more or less has the same vocal tone. Like if someone's gonna say something and they sound like it, it's not like they're really not in an offensive way, but like it's not like the vocal range is really being pushed. So it's like, Peter always sounds like Peter no matter what. And so I remember like one time someone did this like AI Peter saying something thing, and it actually sounded like him. Now the singing, no, I hate it when people do the singing AI stuff because you can clearly see through that because those characters normally don't do it, so it automatically sounds off. Waiting outside of GameStop as kids waiting for Halo 3. You know what? You are right. Also, my music stopped. I'm gonna just pull up YouTube. Every time I have something set up, it wants to break. I want to make sure I don't play anything copyrighted. Ambient blue core to cool your inner chaos? I'm not watching this. Where'd my music go? Anyway, teenage Homer's gonna be playing Minecraft in 30 years from now. Yeah, I mean, the idea of a show being timeless is kind of weird because it's like, I mean, you've heard that over time. People are like, oh, this show is timeless. And it's like, what makes something timeless, Is it in the fact that it's like, it exists in a version of America that's like, more or less, like, semi-futuristic and retro? It's like, because, like, I'll watch movies from, like, the 90s, the 80s, the 70s, for goodness sakes. And people are like, oh, this is timeless. And it's like, it's obviously dated, but I think it's timeless in the fact of, like, I guess the way the characters act and interact with the environment. It's like, even though you don't live or exist in that time period anymore, you could still relate to it. I think that's what people mean when they say this is timeless. I think they just mean like stuff is relatable because, you can watch I've watched black and white movies, and you could still find stuff relatable. So I think it's more of like the human experience than like the actual era a show is in. But then again, you have stuff like SpongeBob. When you have a fictional environment, and these characters that exist in a world that's not really real per se, yeah, SpongeBob's pretty timeless, I would say. And also SpongeBob does a very good job of in universe. It's still SpongeBob stays very self-contained. I believe there are some rules where like people are always wondering why like SpongeBob's never had any crossovers in TV shows. Like he's had crossovers in games, but when it comes to a TV show, SpongeBob's had no crossovers. Where it's pretty cool. It's all self-contained, and I respect that. Insert the flossing TikTok episode here. Oh boy. Oh no. The rotating timeline theory actually making it more dated than just the original time period. Yeah. Just chasing trends, yeah. And the thing is, like, they can keep things going. I mean, I guess you get to a point where it's like, yeah, you're in a floating timeline, but it's like, you can keep kids the same age, even like Pokemon did it. Let's be real. Pokemon did it, you know? I mean, obviously everyone joked around with like how old is Ash technically, but it's like, let's be real, you can play with the timeline like that. Just keep going on new adventures and doing stuff and whatever. Get my music playlist out. There we go. I'm just busting out the super hang on. I really wonder how they're gonna handle SpongeBob after the OG actors are gone. I feel like the OG actors could probably, I don't know how old everyone is, but I still think they could go on for like another, I think another decade or two. I will be honest though, SpongeBob, you know, Tom's voice, when you got SpongeBob has such a unique sound that I find very few people that can do a good SpongeBob. Like, there are definitely some decent sound-alikes, you know? And then there's like the parody sounding SpongeBobs, but like when it comes to someone that can do a spot-on SpongeBob, there are like maybe 3 people I can count that can actually do a decent one. You think of characters like Charles when it comes to Mario, right? But the thing is, I feel like there's enough people that can do a decent Mario. But when we say Mario, my version of Mario is Charles's Mario. You know, now we got the new guy doing Mario, and his take is slightly different. So I do find it interesting that when Nintendo was, you know, getting this new Mario voice actor, they didn't want him to try to sound exactly like, you know, classic Mario. They wanted to have his own take. Which I can respect, honestly. We don't have to lock a character into sounding one way the entire time. I mean, Sonic fans are used to that. Actually, no, I think I'll just have her arms out to the side as she crouches. So have it there, there. I feel that too. Not even AI can get SpongeBob correctly. Yeah. No matter how many AIs they hear of SpongeBob, like, they can't nail it. Kevin does a pretty alright Mario. I think they should have not had him voice the others. We should have gotten a new Luigi, new Wario, new Waluigi, because he only does Mario good. So the funniest thing is that Nintendo, like, I'm gonna be real, Nintendo got a steal with Charles, because Charles not only does Mario, but he does Luigi and Wario and Waluigi. Like, bro, and I know he does some other characters too occasionally, But bro is essentially, like, at his core, like 4 to 5 people in one at the very least. Do you know how much money that saves Nintendo in general? So I'm sure they were super happy to have Charles be so, you know, talented when it came to his range. So now when it comes to Kevin, you know, and the other characters, I wonder if they're thinking, oh, well, we can capture lightning in a bottle, you know, by, you know, we can just have him do everyone's voices. But in reality, they probably should have branched out a bit more. And I know everyone was kind of being dramatic about like, oh, Nintendo fired him and he's a Mario ambassador now. But I remember there's another YouTuber I was watching and they were like, the reality is like, Nintendo didn't fire him, but let's be real, it seems of more like a soft firing / an easy retirement. Because it's like, what do you mean you're a Mario, and like, what does Mario ambassador mean? Because I do think that's a good question we need to ask ourselves. What is a Mario ambassador? I mean, like, we know what an ambassador is, but like, in the context of like Nintendo and gaming, it's just like, I feel like Nintendo's just using Charles as like, oh, this is our voice acting good boy that's, you know, helped out gaming for so long. Since you're missing Charles' Mario voice, they did the same thing with Kermit the Frog's voice. Oh, really? Honestly, I haven't paid too much attention to the voice acting for that. North America probably wanted him gone. No clue why they're paying either guy, but Charles still wants to do voice acting. That's why he has some gigs at Funimation still. Yeah. I remember, I think, wasn't there an interview and they were like, oh, how long do you want to voice Mario? And he literally said, I want to, voice him forever, as long as he can, until he drops dead. And then, a few years later, it's like, oh, things are changing. I'm like, what? Kermit's current voice is super different. I think I did notice that after a while. I think it's one of those things where I haven't watched the Muppets a whole lot. So when I do watch something modern with Kermit's voice, I don't notice it that much because I'm thinking, oh, I just haven't watched it in a while. But then you go back and you watch something classic, you're like, oh my God. It's kind of like SpongeBob though. Because I don't know, animation Twitter is so weird. People online be like, oh, Tom's losing it. His SpongeBob isn't good anymore. Like, what's going on? Why does SpongeBob sound weird? And it's like, I hate when people say that because if you grew up with the show and you're watching SpongeBob semi-consistently, or keeping up with the seasons, you don't notice it because you grow up with the voice. You're not gonna notice the change. But if all your life, all you do is just circle jerk with a bunch of people online and say, yeah, I only watch seasons 1 through 3 of SpongeBob. That's the only good ones. You only watch everything like before the movie, and then you jump to like season 11. And you're like, why does he sound like that? It's like, the guy got older. What do you expect? Listen to freaking Marge. Look, you want to talk about like the differences in voice acting? Oh man, the fact that he can even still do a good SpongeBob at his age, I freaking respect it. Biggest truth nuke is if they're giving Charles the boot, probably give Mario games international dubs. Zelda does it. I think Kim's would love it. Mario could speak Spanish, French, others. True. Yeah, that actually would make sense. Super Show. Bro said Super Show. You know what? Yeah, true. I approve of this truth nuke. Literally Phineas and Ferb grow. Yeah, so it's funny. Phineas and Ferb, I remember watching the first episode when it launched, and I remember watching the movie like at the end of it. And it's so funny watching Phineas and Ferb because listen to like a current episode, right? and then go back and watch the first episode. Phineas sounds so much younger, and his voice is so much higher pitched. It's so freaking hilarious. Oh, or you know my favorite thing is? TV shows with child actors and how they grow up over time. So like, for instance, I remember when I was younger, you know, I grew up watching Zach and Cody, right? You know, they're just kids. I was a kid too. But the funniest thing is that you don't realize you're growing up. The rest of the world around you knows, and when you go back episodes, but at the current time, you never notice yourself growing up. So I'm watching the show along with it, you know? And then you get to like the Sweet Life on Deck or something, you know, where they're obviously older, but they're on the ship now. But it's just funny, because then you go back and you're like, oh, let me go back a few seasons. And you're like, holy crap, they were so young. But then you gotta realize yourself and look in the mirror and be like, man, I got older too. It's kind of funny. That's gotta be creepy and cool at the same time, just seeing a past version of yourself. Bro sounded like a kid in the first season because he was a kid then. Exactly. Although I will, you know what? I would like to see more of what Charles could do. I know he's voice acted in a lot of other stuff, but I would like to see him be more prominently used in other media, honestly. Oh, hi, iPod. I passed out after work. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I did the same thing. I'm gonna just be up for a while. I think I'll probably stream for like, you know, an hour or two, and then I'll probably just do more of this in Discord, honestly. Hey, Ranch, what you doing here? Bro yelling, arr! Alright, I didn't know you were a pirate. Hello, bestie. Hi, Lyra. You were already here earlier. What do you say? What do you want for your birthday? 1 million doubloons. I want you. I wonder if Nintendo made Charles sign a non-complete agreement. Oh, non-compete agreement. He'd be doing the Mario voice in games up on the Xbox. Really? Wonder if that will keep it from appearing in like indie games. I wonder, because I highly doubt you can just contact Charles and be like, hey, yo, I need you for a thing. I'm pretty sure he's got like an agent or something, because he's technically he is a big name in the industry. And sadly, it might be a deal of you have to like contact him through an agent or whatever. But usually those people do a pretty good or bad job at being like, oh, sorry, we won't, we don't take any payment under this, or we don't appear unless we're in like something like this. I don't know. I've heard some good and bad stories of how like voice actors, they would have loved to be in a project, but like the people that they were working with, were like rejected it for them. Bit more here. And out like that. Tail goes there. Head bends a bit. Got about that much room. That's about enough space. Gotta get Charles in the Gisela voice cast. For what? Woke up, flexed my left foot, and somehow sciatica is there too. Now it feels like my left stuck his foot in the oh no! Ouch! Nothing's worse than waking up and getting like a Charlie horse, or your leg just locks up. Oh, that hurts so much. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Let me do this, delete that. And also for the framework, let me do this real quick. Why not? For the funny. Honestly, if I do get the Gisela game the way I want it, I don't think I would have any voice acting in it, if I'm gonna be quite honest. I think I would much prefer it to be one of those like show don't tell type of games. There's a lot of games out there, but like, take Sonic 3 and Knuckles for example. They don't say anything the entire time, but it's more of what you can tell what the characters are, are saying by what they're currently emoting at the time. Ba-da-ba-boom, ba-da-ba-boom, ba-da-ba-boom. Them Chinese companies are dying for him to voice a character in Jungle World Adventure 5 free download Android no X 22. Man, if Charles was really that cheap, yeah, I'm pretty sure people would have him in anything. The no compete agreement is kind of weird though. I mean, it makes sense because it is a thing, but I don't know. Because then non-competes are weird because it's like, well then, you know, how's bro supposed to get paid if he doesn't work there anymore? Don't want to go down by, I'd say this much. One flight crouch. We're gonna have more of her head cover right about here, I'd say. I love undertime slapper. Of course you do, Chicago. There's a line from my neck through my shoulder down my spine that feels like I was lifting boulders for 4 years. It was compressed into 4 seconds and now it hurts. Oh man. All I can say, get some decent Tylenol or ibuprofen. Oh, and make sure you're also hydrated too. I know that sounds stupid, but water does help with, well, I'd say in pain in some circumstances. In your case, I'd say take a bath, bro. Get the bath salts out, get your favorite bath bomb, and you know, go chill in there. How do we get Street Pass working in YouTube chat? Honestly, I would love to make a custom thing for my YouTube layout where we could have Street Pass tags. So I want you to envision this, right? I thought of this a while ago because Chicago keeps talking about this. I'm thinking, what if people, so like you already have like a database of names and people on YouTube for like regulars and stuff, but let's say a person tunes into your stream and they've already done it before. Imagine you get like a tag of some sort. And the more often you watch or you're in the stream, you get like multiple Street Pass tags and stuff. And you could like redeem it kind of like Me Plaza and stuff. I would love to have like little stuff like that on the side. I don't know how I would change stuff like that, but you know, you could be like, oh, you change the way, like, you can change the way chat looks and a bunch of other stuff. I like interactive stuff like that. Now, what I'm not a fan of is some of those quote-unquote interactions that are just straight up distraction bait. I've seen some overlays where they're like, guys, this helps people interact with your streams. And it's just straight up a mini game on this side. I'm like, that's fun and cool and all, but it's like, ain't we all watching a streamer here? I do like stuff that messes with the stream, though. That's cool. But like a whole different thing on the side is kind of weird to me. Let me go back to this sketch layer here, because I need a decent outline of the boots so I know where I'm gonna go. So framework. I'll just put some rectangles there. Same thing for this one. That sounds fun. I offer to program something like that, but YouTube APIs are poo-poo. I talking about that RPG thing? I'm not sure what RPG thing you're talking about, but it might be. Like, YouTube, so, I don't know, I'm picky about the way, you know, I like to have stuff be seen. But it's like, if you're gonna hold a stream, and the entirety of the stream is just, how do I put this? The entirety of the stream is just like, chat just screws around with something completely irrelevant in the corner. Like, are you really interacting with the stream that much? It's like, here guys, go play with this ball. So it's like, but like, for instance, the overlay I have on stream right now, right? Anything you guys type will appear on the screen because of the character you chose. I think that's cool. You know, it's not completely random. It still shows when people talk. I love it. I think it's cool. I do think it's funny that nobody knows that there are actually commands you could type in. You can make bombs appear that drop in on other characters. You can also type in commands to attack other people. I think if you do like exclamation point and then you type in someone's like tag on YouTube or their name, you can like attack someone. I left instructions in the description a while ago, I think, but I don't think people ever look at them. But it is funny, because on occasion there are some people that know you can activate those commands at any time. No, you can't hype. That thing, oh my god. That was old. I wish I could have gotten the Sylveon program to work with YouTube. Ah, it's fine. It would have been funny, just throw random items at Sylveon, or feeding it. Oh, that would have been so cool. It works great with Twitch's redeems, but YouTube has nothing like that. I know. Thing is, I don't really like using Twitch. It's funny how Twitch was the perfect competitor for YouTube for a hot minute, and then they just ruined everything for themselves. Can I make you a woman still? You are insane. I wonder if it was because of Amazon that Twitch fell off. Probably. Was Twitch always an Amazon thing? Or did, like, Amazon, like, you know, partner up with Twitch later down the line? I forgot what happened where. Heyo, classy. Good to see you, fam. Forgot Amazon owns Twitch, yeah. Whoops. Any primers in chat? That is the worst way to describe someone that uses Amazon Prime, bruh. Any primers in chat? What kind of... That is insane. Hey guys, any primers in chat? So you gonna play Getting Over It? Oh my god. Rage games. Oh, rage games. Classifying, how you doing? I'm doing fine. Just kind of chilling. Chilling, drawing, trying to stay alive like everyone else. Hey, Mullet, good to see you, buddy. Getting Over is so much more than a rage game, though. I know. I've seen people play it. I watched Markiplier play it. I respect it. I think it's cool. And I would consider myself a patient person, but do I have the patience to go through that? Maybe. Depends. I think if I had a full off day, and I had a nice cup of tea and a stress ball, then yeah. Hey, stress balls no way to talk about me. Yeah, you're right. I should use you as a stress ball. People copying Getting Over It don't get that Getting Over It is more than a rage game. Yeah. I mean, I know Getting Over It isn't only a rage game, you know, but it's one of those things where it's like, you will rage at it, if that makes sense, you know? It's different, you know, it's stupidly hard, but for a good reason in a way. Plus, I love the story and the message as you go through it, but I do think it's funny. Remember that one Getting Over It clone that was revealed to be an ad for NFTs? What? That's actually insane. This can mostly be a smear frame, I think. So I can't believe you didn't invite me on the stream. Fam, I'm just chilling tonight. Oh, thanks for sending me the Atari 7800 thing. Also, does this one support original cards? I can't remember if it does or not, or if that was something else. I'll let you in on the future, Lyra, don't worry. I need a tally for how many people I invite on stream. It's kind of funny. I think right now. How long have I been streaming already? Let's see. For about an hour 46. Wow. I said I only wanted to go for like 2 hours tonight. I might go a little longer. I want to do at least like 4 rough frames before I get to the sketch. It does play original cards, really? Got it, I managed to get that then. May actually have to get that in that case, because there is a game I want to review, but you know, I need to actually have it physically, so might actually do that then. Alright, still got my lines here so I can keep track of the size and where she is in relation to everything else. Also includes wireless controller. On the 26 includes a wire controller, so it's an upgrade in general. Okay, that's cool. I like that. I like that. Here to this height here. I'll worry about keeping it in line later. Wait, hold on. Only not to get invested. These are just for the basic shapes. I do not want to start sketching yet. Self-discipline. However, you can still use original controllers and paddles on the system, even with the wireless controllers. Oh, really? Okay. That's nice. I like that. So it's to say, oh, the original wireless controllers, yeah. Yeah, James Stead, Michael Myers, and Eyes on the Wires controllers. That came out in 1982, Christmas, 83. Oh, wow. I feel like it's just hard to get any vintage Atari stuff these days, because it's like secondhand gaming secondhand market has ruined so much of gaming. If it's not a complete dud, it's like, oh, it's just overpriced garbage. I think the number one thing that irritates me is just that people that would probably actually play and use them can't, because people out there are hoarding them like they're an investment now. Even the useless gaming stuff, which surprises me, is like, come on, man. There is no reason for you to be hoarding all that. It was better 15 years ago. Yeah. It was better 10 years ago, honestly. I think everything started going down like right after I graduated high school. Because at the time I had no money, but I remember like looking on eBay and in stores, and you could find a lot of gaming stuff super cheap. I don't have it anymore, but that's how, as a teen, that's how I got my first console. I got a Sega Genesis for 20 bucks. Copy of Sonic 2 for $8. And yeah. I also had Rocket Knight Adventures and Sonic 1, Sonic 3, and some other stuff. It's a shame I don't have them anymore, but man, I remember those games were like dirt cheap. You could get a bunch of good games for like under 10 bucks, and there was like this little retro game store I used to have to beg my mother to go to because it was out of town. But they were the only place that had like really good stuff and for decent prices. I wonder how many of them end up in the Atari landfill. Huh. Would not be surprised. Remember when things dropped in price after they were discontinued? Yeah, that, oh my goodness. People forgot, like, back in the day, after a console ended its lifespan, it was field day for, like, I would guess, you know, people that couldn't really afford the next big thing, because you could get everything cheap. And that's kind of how I feel with the Switch now, is that now that we're going to move into the Switch 2, I'm hoping that, like, a lot of Switch 1 stuff becomes really cheap. But I feel like the opposite may happen, because now that, you know, all these current games are still viable for the Switch 2, does that now mean that, like, prices will still never go down? Because, you know, Nintendo's still going to be milking this this generation now that they're like, oh yeah. Because I guess so back in the day, you know, backwards compatibility was more of like a specialty and like a cool, like, wow, that's awesome. And nowadays, now backwards compatibility is feeling more like an added on feature that like you got to pay extra for. Thank goodness they didn't say, oh yeah, with Switch 2, if you have the Switch Online, you can do backwards compatibility. Oh my goodness, that would have probably killed so many people's interest in the Switch 2. That would have been funny. It would have been terrible. Definitely not cheaper. Oh yeah, maybe Joy-Con might lower to push inventory. I doubt it. No, Nintendo just the release because of like everything else, tariffs and all that. Like they put on their website, they updated all the prices. Everything's more expensive. The only thing that didn't go up in price was the games they already announced and the basic model of the Switch. That's about it. Everything else though went up in price by like $7-ish. I think I think it's like $4 to $7-ish. It's not that bad in the grand scheme of things, but it is pretty telling, you know, that everything went up. Absolutely terrible, though. I hate that people at yard sales or flea markets are selling things at eBay prices thinking they will actually sell anything. Bro, that's how all you do is have a bunch of like dead inventory. Oh my goodness. And I hate nothing more than going into a game store and there's no prices on anything, because you know what they do? You're like, oh, I would like this game. You bring it up to the register and they like check eBay or something and they're like, well, the going price for this game is... I'm like, screw the going price. Make up your mind and actually sell something at a decent price. I used to just love... And the thing was also... And I think this is another way you put it too. I was also a responsible buyer, because there's a lot of people out there that will like buy stuff in mass and then just flip it and resell it. You know, this ain't the housing market, which really irritates me. But there's plenty of people out there that will, like, you know, actually I'll put it like this. I have a hatred for YouTube videos of people that go, I bought, you know, 50 broken PS2s and repaired them all. And then they flipped them all for like, you know, $200 or something. Vintage PS2, fixed, yada yada. Maybe even modded. I hate that so much. Because they don't even go like, oh, I can understand the video was like, oh, I bought one broken thing and I fixed it. And like, hey, it's cool, it's working now, you know? Look what I did. But when you start going to this territory of like, oh, I bought a bunch of these broken things and fixed it. Oh my goodness. You're a thrift store. Why are you selling at eBay prices in the middle of a country where no one is? Yeah, you're so right. Wear hidden camera and troll church and neighborhood yard sales. Oh my goodness. No, it's really sad because it's like, I mean, obviously, yeah, money is always on everyone's mind, but it's like, it sucks that like you can't even just get decent stuff anymore without someone overpricing it because they think it could blow up. My local Goodwill has like absolutely nothing, by the way. I'm jealous of people that go to Goodwill and they're like, yo, look at all these video games. And I go to mine and it's just clothes and a few old records. A printer if you're lucky, you know? Like, eh? But no, we don't get any of that. I remember they were selling a cassette player and it was a Sony brand, but it was one of those like really cheap ones. It wasn't even like a Walkman or anything. And they were selling it for 50 bucks. And I'm looking online, this thing is worth like every bit of probably $8. But because our local Goodwill has like this retro section that they built up, they just, it's literally the gaming upcharge. You know, it's like, oh, a keyboard costs $5, but a gaming keyboard, whoa, that's gonna cost you 50, buddy. That's literally all it is. Nothing near you either, iPod. Yeah, I feel ya. Etsy is full slop. I don't even touch Etsy. Nah, I don't touch Etsy. You saw an old typewriter looking thing at their store. I pop in once to check. I bet everything interesting gets scooped the day they restock. I mean, there's nothing wrong with people buying the interesting stuff. I think I'm just getting tired of people just flipping stuff these days. Because it's like, oh, you want a new console? Well, people are going to scalp it and then, you know, they're going to try to resell it to you. Oh, you saw something cool at a store that was sold at a decent price? Well, now that people saw it's at a decent price, they're just going to take it and, again, flip it. Like, people need to stop this. Obviously, it can't be illegal because, you know, being able to sell your stuff secondhand is really cool. But I even see some people on Twitter, and it's like, they're like, I hope I didn't sell this for too cheap. And everyone in the replies is like, yeah, you sold it cheap. They're like, I sold this Pokemon game for $120. Do you think I could have gotten more? I'm like, come on, guys. Like, really? Because the going price for like some of these Pokemon games is like $180. So the guy sold it for like 120. It's like, all right. And the funniest thing is that these are Pokemon games. The funniest thing about Pokemon games, it's not like these were some rare, obscure indie games that never got like a decent printing. These are freaking Pokemon games. Millions of these games were made. So the fact that people still have the audacity to try to sell these games for like hundreds of dollars per copy is absolutely insane to me. And the Pokemon Company could fix this if they literally just re-release the games. I think the funniest thing too is, let's say, oh, you like, Pokemon's like, well, we don't want to digitally re-release these games because maybe they want to watch out for cheating, yada yada. If they even made like physical reprints of the original games in the cards still, I'm sure people would buy them for the fact alone that they can play them on original hardware. You sell guns on Etsy? Oh, nice. I hope they're legal. Oh yeah, there was a Pac-Man plug and play, but it was one of the super common ones. Yeah. Wait, like, was it a good Pac-Man plug and play? You know, like the ones that like are actually, you know, that have the joystick and they're shaped like they're part of an arcade machine, or were they the crud ones that look like a controller? You know, that they look like a generic SNES controller that you just plug into your TV. Bro is laughing at the legality. Oh no. Yeah, one of those. The good ones or the bad ones? I wish you had an image to show me. Because some of them are cool. There's some that are highly sought after because they're really cool. But then there's ones that are absolute trash. Like, don't go to Walgreens and buy, oh my goodness. I don't think I told you guys the story, but I'll fill you in now. Because I don't think I brought this up in my retail video, but like, when I used to work at Walgreens, I would actually get parents that would come in that were looking for gifts for like their kids and stuff. And, or like, you know, or maybe just people that haven't done much gaming in a long time and they wanted to get something, you know, new and different. And whenever a customer came in and they were trying to get something that was from At Games, I told them, don't do it. They would come in and they were like, oh, this has got Pac-Man on it, you know, and it'd be one of those At Games plug-in plays. I'm like, sir, you're like, there are a lot of things from At Games is just downright bad, but there are some okay ones. And I didn't want to look like some sort of elitist and be like, actually, I know everything about gaming, and you don't want this. What you need to do is get yourself a Raspberry Pi. Then you want to go over here, and you want to flash this. You want to get this SD card, and then you want to get your ROMs, and then you want to put it in here. Then you want to set up these emulators, and then you want to get the controller, and you want no, I'm not even going to be like that. I'm not even trying to be all pretentious and be like, sir, you can do this at home for free. No, because there are some people online, I hate it when their only response to like gaming is like, just get a PC, bro. I hate that. So, but like I would tell some people, I'm like, hey, if you really like games and you're trying to, I would suggest you get this. Or like, if you're gonna be paying, because I think one of the plug-in plays was pushing like 70 bucks. And I'm like, I was like, you know, if you really want something decent, you like take an extra 20 bucks. For 100 bucks, you can get yourself like this game console or whatever. Or I would tell people like, you know, or, oh, that's what it was. I think I saved some kid's Christmas because this grandmother came a few days before Christmas and said, oh, my grandson, he loves video games. And she was about to get him, it was a fake Wii. It was a fake Wii, and I don't think she knew what she was looking for. And I was trying to tell her that, like, I don't think that's what the kid wanted. And it wasn't like she was on, like, a budget or something. She said she had the money to get stuff. But I think she just wasn't knowledgeable on what to get. And it was one of those fake Wii consoles. And it was... And I told the lady, I'm like, that's probably not what you're looking for. I was like, hey, I've used one of these before. They're not really the greatest. I think I was like, what's your grandson like? I was like, does he like Mario or something or yada yada? You know, or you get the parents that come in like, my kid likes Fortnite. Where do I get this stuff for? Oh my god, that's always funny. The parents that came in and like, yeah, I need, like, how do I get Fortnite money? That's what they would call it. They say, how do I get Fortnite money? Man, it actually, oh my god, it was so common. Because Fortnite was blowing up back in the day. Like, I'm sure it still is to this day. But, you know, getting V-Bucks and everything. At one point, it was so common. Because, and the thing was annoying is that customers would be like, I can't find it, or they were looking for the cards, and I would point them in the direction where the card thing is. But they couldn't find it because it was all in the bottom left of it, and you actually had to physically like bend down and look around to get it. So what I would do is that I would just keep a stack of V-Bucks next to the register, and like if someone was running in, they were like, I need to get this card, so I'd be like, here it is. $19 Fortnite card. There you go. On that Nintendo Woo. Oh my goodness. Take the Woo from Sonic Unleashed. Got that Nintendo Woo! Despite my parents never touching a video game, they're somehow able to name my consoles correctly. Yeah, because a lot of parents, I would say, like, maybe they know a lot about, like, decent video game stuff, but, like, they're not knowledgeable about all the games, per se, you know? Because if a company does good marketing, you're gonna know something's out there, even if you're not, like, you know, into it. That's what Nintendo has to do with the Switch 2. They need to advertise, hey, Switch 2, this thing is new, it's different, it's no, you know, it's not the first thing, buy it. They're not gonna have another Wii U situation. Although that would be funny. Also, have you guys seen the news of how like the Switch 2 pre-orders are like absolutely insane? Like they're selling out. Even the president at Nintendo right now was like had to issue an apology saying like, hey, like more people pre-ordered this thing than we thought they would. And they already have a couple million stocked up. And it's so funny because I'm thinking, guys, but popular Nintendo YouTuber told me that this was gonna be another Wii U situation and that we're all gonna boycott and not buy $80 games. What do you mean everyone's still excited for Mario Kart? I can't really defend $80 games, but I will say though, it's like if you're buying a $60 game and buying $20 DLC, that's kind of the same thing. The only way I could forgive Mario Kart though is if this game releases and they have like either no paid DLC or just free DLC for the rest of the game's life. That's the only way I think I could justify whatever they're doing. It would be funny, but like, oh my god, imagine Mario Kart World, $80, and then they release, oh, $20 DLC booster course pass. Oh, I can imagine the headlines now. $100 Mario Kart game. The end is near. The end is near. I fear I won't get the GameCube. I kind of want the GameCube, but I kind of want the GameCube controller. But I'm gonna be real with myself. I'm trying to think. Do I really want the GameCube controller for the Switch 2? Because I'm trying to think. Do I want this thing because it looks cool and everyone wants it, and I'm actually gonna use it, or am I just getting it because, you know? Yeah, am I getting it because it's functional, or am I getting it because hype moments and aura? You know? It's just cool to look at, guys. I know, I try to justify a lot of my purchases as in, like, am I actually going to use this? At least it helps me feel a lot more, smart with my purchase. You don't care about the price? For me, $60 is just unattainable as 80. This is the first time I've ever wanted to play a Mario Kart game I want it. Yeah. I do think it's funny that Nintendo was like, oh, we're evaluating our games and we choose the price based on, you know, after we evaluate it. So that leads to the very real possibility of like them, imagine Nintendo makes like a sports game and they quote unquote evaluate it and they're like, yeah, this is trash. Sell it for 20 bucks. That'd be funny. That would be funny. Hey, Danny Sanchez. Been waiting for a proper wireless GameCube controller for a while. Thanks, Nintendo. You know what? I mean, it's wireless. It'll work like a regular. I'm pretty. You know how many people are just gonna buy the controller, hook it up to their PC, and be like, "Hey, now I can play all my favorite GameCube games with an actual GameCube controller." The thing that, okay, I will say the thing that makes it a hard sell for me is that the I believe did they bring back the analog triggers for it? Because to my knowledge, I don't think they brought analog triggers back to that controller. I dare say Mario Kart World looks like an $80 worth of game. That's valid. I think everyone's entitled to their opinion about the price of the game, honestly. Because I do think jumping from 60 to 80 is kind of crazy. But at the same time, I feel like if they actually, like, you know, it's completely all new assets. And, you know, if they're actually going for the full experience, I think it could be cool. But again, like I say, it's a matter of we gotta wait and see what happens. And then, well, you know, when the game comes out, then we can all judge it. They are analog? Really? Okay, wow. All right, wow. I may actually have to get it now. I thought they were just gonna do the digital thing again, because then I was like, man, like, it's hard to play Sunshine and a bunch of other games when you can't use it properly. Switch to OLED because battery life looks terrible at the moment. Hype, I will say this about the Switch 2 battery life is that from my knowledge, it's literally the same as the regular Switch. And also, you know, we're talking about the settings you play. Even though the console can do up to 120 FPS, I'm gonna be completely honest, I'm pretty sure there are options you can choose in the settings that can like lower the performance to increase battery life. So let's say you like, you know, it's like, oh yeah, 4K, you know, 120 FPS. Well, I'm pretty sure you can go to settings and be like, hey, let's limit this to 60 and lower the resolution a bit. I don't think you get as many options as like a Steam Deck or something, but I do think you're gonna get options to increase the battery life. Because I'm not gonna lie, I think 4 to 6 hours for a handheld that can do something like that, that's not bad. Like, if it was like 2 hours, I would be a little concerned. But then, you know, at the very minimum, you know, we're talking about all these graphics and stuff. I'm trying to think, like, on my base Switch, I'm trying to think. The only game that killed my Switch in like 2.5 hours was Tears of the Kingdom. And that's a fully 3D game that's running so many crazy things in the background. The built-in screen itself is 1080p. Oh yeah, the 4K for dock. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know the screen itself isn't 4K. That would be a bit overkill. That is overkill. I do find it funny that people are complaining like, why isn't the screen 4K? I'm like, buddy, how much do you want this console to cost? Does a 4K handheld even exist? I'm pretty sure there's one out there. Has someone made one of those PC handhelds that already do that? ROG Ally is a full 4K handheld. Really? Alright, and what's the specs of that? How long does that battery last? Playing a AAA game with all the best settings, how long will it last? Because if it's anything less than 2 hours or 3 hours, the Switch has already won. I want a 4K OLED screen. Yeah, and you want to take out 2 car payments. ROG Ally is more powerful than the Steam Deck, but also becoming the official Xbox handheld console. Yeah, I heard about that. But it's hard because it's like, then in that case, Microsoft didn't make anything. They were just like, oh, hey, this company, you know, they got a handheld. Let's throw our OS on it. That everything is an Xbox mentality is really going to come back to bite them. Windows is actual garbage now. They're just slapping the Xbox logo and it's claiming it's Xbox. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's definitely gonna come back to bite them. Because then they're gonna be like, why is nobody taking us seriously anymore? Yeah, they forced Copilot on us. Oh my god. I'm sick of AI. It's AI, the Copilot, everything. Just get away from me. Definitely swapping to Linux after they drop support for Windows 10. Yeah, I feel you. If I wasn't so heavily involved in the stuff I already have, I'd probably use Linux. But although that makes me considering, what I might do is that I might build like a, because I've used Linux in the past. Those of you that have been around long enough know I had a mini PC using a Raspberry Pi and running Linux and stuff. So it's not like life is absolutely terrible with it. There is some getting used to, but yeah, I think you can thrive off Linux. Yeah, not to mention, even if there were other alternatives, they would have to find ways to work with things that are Windows adjacent. You know, when it comes to like using the internet and applications and stuff, because everything's primarily made for Windows these days. So even a unique operating system would just be, you know, absolutely brutal. Although it would be nice if someone did make a new one. The main reason why Windows takes over too is because it's just easy and it's the most basic thing ever, you know? Literally, you go from 0 to 100 in the span of 5 seconds. You know, you turn on the PC, you click on thing, and you do. And then there are some people that argue, well, Linux can do that too, but the thing is, people keep forgetting is that a lot of Linux is set up. I mean, unless we're like getting dedicated Linux laptops and computers that already have stuff built in, then I could see it taken off. But until we get to that point where that becomes more commonplace, I don't see it happening. I don't have the energy to mess around with Linux to consider making it a daily driver. Yeah, I think what people should do is like have a second PC or laptop, have that running Linux, and then use that occasionally. Because the more you get acclimated to it, you know, the less of it'll seem less weird. Yeah, I remember when that used to be your username. I put Ubuntu on my crap Chromebook and it was serviceable. Back in high school? Eh. Nice. I will say that's one good thing the Steam Deck did. Was introduce a whole new generation to using Linux. Hey, Thaz, good to see you, buddy. My Chromebook shenanigans. I had a BIOS read-write screw on the motherboard and I stripped it. Oh my goodness. So I just scratched off the trace going to the screw hoping it disabled it and it worked. Oh my god. Ain't no way. Bro said, I am Hacker Man. Find a flavor of Linux you want to try. Yeah. Well, I built that runs on a USB drive. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, definitely back up your Windows stuff. Yeah. Bro typed an 8-ball. I ain't got the 8-ball set up in this. I do not have that set up. Oh, I forgot. Oh, wait. That one's still active. I was about to say, because I'm thinking of a different 8-ball command. I forgot that one's there. Yeah. That's like, see it, yes. Oh, my God. But, yeah. No, I mean... For me, when I set up my own mini Linux PC for the first time all those years ago, yeah, I made it happen. I think it's one of those things where if you just pay attention and you follow a guide, you can get things set up pretty easily, you know? Even when it comes to, like, running stuff and, you know, basic commands and all that. You can make it happen. You just gotta not be afraid. Bro's trying. Bro fishing for those. Oh god, I gotta disable. I gotta disable the 8-ball. Bro's gonna be using this for nefarious purposes. All right, everyone. Oh no, too many people are using the 8-ball. This ain't gonna be good. What is that true? Alright, that's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, 8-ball. 8-ball, do it squirt. What? Nah. We're disabling 8-ball. I gotta babysit y'all like children. I can't. No. Disabling 8-ball. Disabling 8-ball. Now, how do I do that again? Good ball. Oh my god. Gawk, is this true? Rock, is this true? No. Ah. Nothing's funnier than I hate that so much, but it's just funny seeing how much that is twin because of how brain dead Twitter is. Is this true? Oh my goodness. Say, I want people to use stream commands. Also say, how do I disable the command people are using? You know, people could use the other one, you know, that drops bombs on each other in chat, but I guess not. Signs point to yes. Oh my god. Get your laughs in while you can. You won't be safe forever. What is God? I love when people tag just anything that rhymes with it at all. What do you think's gonna be the downfall of Twitter? I remember everyone was like, oh, Twitter's going down, it's over, and Twitter's still here. I don't think the website's ever going to truly die, but I do think it is gonna reach a point where it's just gonna become unusable. I mean, also, like, Twitter's so, like, I'm not even just talking about, like, the toxicity of the site, but, like, the app itself, it uses up so much battery and so much data. I'm like, holy crap, I'm just trying to, like, casually doom scroll. And, nope, it's just, like, give me all your battery. Twitter's gonna explode when the Earth explodes? How reassuring. Oh, I do have a bottle of water here. Let's go, baby. I mean, in all honesty, I much like Blue Sky more. I think obviously Twitter's going to be going to stay more popular for several reasons. I think Blue Sky's a lot better if you want to share art and just talk about, you know, just general online things. Because I'm not gonna lie, the For You tab on my Twitter is like so racist and filled with the most worst stuff. I can't look at it. Nuke everything. Oh my goodness. Imagine if there was a command to just straight up end the stream. Like, yeah, the viewers are done watching, we're ending the stream. Imagine that. Majority vote from all the viewers. If they get the majority, they can just end the stream. Call that a good night. Call that the good night command. The streamer's been streaming too long, let's send him off to bed. Oh man. Twitter is a depressing place, but everyone is there. Wow, just like real life. Pro tip, don't use the For You tab. Then how am I supposed to discover stuff? Kind of why I privated. Yeah. What? Why are you typing in parasitical? That's not gonna do anything. What kind of command do you think that is? Fam actually typed in pyro. All right, I see how it is. Inflate! End stream instantly! Makes the economy break. Yeah. Scream! What are you guys be typing in anything? How about some of this? Y'all won't do this, but I will. I think if I type this in, I can't remember if that happens with. Yeah, it works. The bomb does work. Oh wait, hold on. If I do this, if I type in this and then attack, if I do this and then attack Mullet, right? My character will go after Mullet. Look, I attacked him. See, and he went flying. I killed Mullet. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, if you type in attack, I mean, if you type in attack and then a person's name, you will straight up attack someone else on stream. Why is everyone typing in bomb now? No, 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 no. Oh, bombs cost, by the way. You might not know this, but everyone has an invisible currency. And if you use it all, well, then you can't bomb anymore. So, like, if I do this, I'm gonna do attack, attack me! No! Oh, no! You killed me! This is terrible. There is no spank. What are you doing? Ranch, you put a bomb underneath yourself. Bro is bomb jumping. Anyway, where was I? YouTube is gonna shut down my stream because they're gonna be like, why is everyone in this stream talking about bombs? You want it? It's yours, my friend. Windows Media Player. Oh my god. The chat is nothing but commands. Y'all are funny. Maine. Miami. What are y'all doing? Y'all about to get me banned. Oh yeah, you did tell me that Quiznos blocked you once. That was funny. What if I made a campaign to get Quiznos to unblock Chicago? That'd be funny. That would get you a lot of media attention. Crazy Twitter user begs to be unblocked by Quiznos. Hey, Thaz, what's up? Do you think fish ever get thirsty? I think it's getting late. I think it's time to end the stream. Yeah. I think that's what did it. I was access and don't really know. That's like saying, do people get, you know, do people get thirsty for air, you know? Give the fish a bottle. No, give the fish a bottle of air. I mean, I know it's a silly question, but if you want to be real about it, you could pretty much just go for like how people can be like oxygen deficient. You know, we already breathe air, but you know, maybe they're not getting enough of it. That's the nerdy science answer, but fish getting thirsty? I mean, possibly? Yeah, why not? You know what? Here's a good answer to that. I mean, think of like people that vape or whatever. You know, we breathe air, but you know, sometimes people want flavored air. There you go. You know what I say about fish? Catch and release into hot grease. How would a fish vape? No, just flavored water, bro. So what are our thoughts on the inflatable Gex doll? Wait, that's real? The Gex doll is real. I need proof of this. Sent to DMs, thank you. Special edition with blow up doll revealed. Hold on, I need it. Hold on, let me see this funky. What you got here? Gex trilogy, Gex doll. Look at the images on the tweet. All right, let's see. Let's have a look. See. Oh. 36-inch inflatable Gex doll. Oh dear. It's funny how Gex and Bubsy have so much in common, but they also don't. That's a collab I would like to see. You know what to get for my birthday now? No, I don't want the... I do not want... No Gex doll. Don't even start. Don't even start, bruh. Gex and Bubsy are perfect together? Honestly, they are. Sonic 3D Blast. Yes, I want Sonic 3D Blast for my birthday. You want blast? Bomb. Alright, that was good. That was good. Gotta have a Gex that looks down upon my bed so I know I'm protected by Gex during my sleep. Oh my goodness. I don't think Gex can protect you, bro. Not when I'm around. Yeah, Bubsy versus Gex would go pretty well. Gex would just spout pop culture references, but here's the thing. Would they be outdated or not? I think that's what would set them both apart. Well, I mean, Gex was kind of already outdated, using outdated references when you think about it. Bubsy Gex generations. Honestly, yeah, I can see that happening. What is Rand chilling about in there? What'd you send me? Tail Time Edition. Oh, bro sent me the same thing. Yeah, with the Gex stuff. I've never really played Gex on it, so I might just get the collection just for not the whole thing, not all that. That's a little too much. Just the basic game collection so I can actually, you know, become a true Gex fan. No premarital Gex. Please no Gexting. I'm very mature. Gotta have another mascot character, some Bubbly Gex. I need. Oh my goodness! No! We forgot about Conquer. Conquer's bad fur day, baby. Every day's a bad fur day. What is the I want to think from you. I want from you guys. What do you think is like the least likely video game mascot to ever get a revival? You know, we got Croc, we got you know, we got like a bunch of names making comebacks, but who do you feel like would probably never make a comeback? And I wouldn't say because like, oh, like, you know, the rights are gone, but like, you know, a character that's like very out there. Bubsy is still here. Bubsy's still here. I'm talking about like someone we haven't seen in like probably 20 years. Boogerman! Yo! Now that is something I haven't seen in a long time. Glad you said Boogerman. I used to play that game a lot when I was younger. Acrobat. Pop banana platformer. Earthworm Gem? Hey, Sun Phantom. Earthworm Gem. Okay, Gem's in a weird place right now because there was supposed to be a new Earthworm Gem game. But also, something about, I don't know too much about Gem. But all I heard is that apparently, like, I think the creator's like a transphobe or something. I don't know. I do think that's a funny hill to die on. Like, bro, just make your game. I'm trying to think. There's, it's funny thinking about like game developers or creators that like ruin their careers because they decide to get like all mad for no reason. I remember some guy went on like some sort of like racist rant, which is so funny to me. Then again, Twitter does bring out the worst in people. No connections to, okay. Not gonna lie though, with this, if I were personally funding this Bubsy collection, I would love to see them at least include like episodes from the cartoon. You know, throw in the pilot. It's online. Just throw it in there. That'd be cool. Is that Earthworm Jim TV show still being made? Canon postponed. Oh, that sucks. Oh, can't wait for Tommy Tallarico to release Earthworm Jim 4 on the Television Amico. They really were planning on making that. Wait, really? Oh, God. Billy Fish went full when people don't think he was saying he was canceled for his own sequel out of spite. I gotta look into that later, actually. They gave a concept trailer for the game too. I think I remember that. I didn't know it was only for that though. Which is wild to me. Wait, he did Cat Scratch? Oh no, I freaking loved Cat Scratch as a kid. I didn't know that. That's funny. Huh. They said they make a Kim and from Gen 3D.
New Kofi subscription from Zirconsun.
Zirconsun? Who's that? What's up? What? Hold on, who is this? Zirconsun. I want to say thank you, but like I gotta see who this is first. Or is this the person in chat? Hold on. Give me a second, I gotta fish out who this is real quick. I'm gonna feel terrible. Oh, someone joined the potato chip thing. Zirconsun. I'm Zirconsun. Oh, okay. You know what? I should have noticed you had sun in the name. Put two and two together. Thanks, fam. I appreciate it. Means a lot to me. It has been a while, but let me go over some of the stuff I've done earlier. So, for most of y'all watching, because I know a majority of the people are probably gone, but for most of y'all that are still here, I'm working on trying to animate Jatella, basically crouching down and then running. I might do like a running loop. But other than that, though, I've been working on, where is it? If you want a peek of the upcoming video, here's one thing I did. I animated myself smashing someone with the TV, with the TV monitor. So you might like this. Hold on. I don't think. Let me see. Will this be? Nope. This isn't it. There you go. I hope you like that. This will come into play in the upcoming video. But I had a lot of fun doing this. Hold on. Let me go to tab. Here's all the layers for it. Let me take off the background. Take away the color. But this is something I worked on my own time. Again, I don't know much about how to animate, but I like doing this for fun. It's not supposed to be, it's like, you know, I'm not trying to make some cinematic masterpiece, but it's just for funnies. But when you actually see emotion in the video, I think it'll be funny. For now, you get this out of context. I'll probably make a GIF of it later. This is really only for the members, but I'll show anyone. Well, you know, I want to show Sun and everyone else. But yes, big things are happening. I told you when I work on video, I feel bad that a lot of my videos now take a lot longer because I want to put a lot more effort into them. And this Sonic one will realistically be coming out probably late May, early July. So what I'm probably gonna do in the meantime is after this weekend, I'm honestly probably just gonna put together like a short video of something I like that won't take a million years. Because I need to stop getting caught up in making all these big videos in 3D space and stuff. Because as much as I enjoy doing it, I would like to have something out. But yeah, all the stuff I've been drawing recently, it'll come into play. Eventually. Eventually. Oh yeah, there's some other art detail I've drawn in the past. Most of it's on my Twitter or Newgrounds, I think. That's honestly where you can find like the best stuff. But yeah, and then this is just like the sheet I've drawn of her and stuff. But Sun Phantom, if you want, I don't know if you already are, but in my Discord server, I mean, I put stuff on Ko-fi also, but if you're in the Discord server, you get a special role, and I have a private channel where all the members can see all the updates and stuff. So it's usually like short little drawings or animations or just clips of videos I'm working on. So if you want to be in that, that's an option for you. Will Jatella game be in the style of your videos or be pixelated like a 16-bit game? So I haven't really nailed down the style yet, but I'm gonna be honest, I feel like this right here, like, yes, it's quote-unquote sprite art, but like, ignore it being, you know, ignore it being sprites and just the colors. I feel like something like this would fit pretty well. Because it took me a while to work on the proportions of her to get the way I want it. So let me remove this. I think it took me about like an hour to do this. Going off of my old, this is the old one I think, when I was just doing stuff like facial expressions and just messing around, making her look funny and whatever. I got to get better with perspective in some parts, but I remember this is the rough ref sheet I have. I'm kind of happy with all this stuff here. But when it comes to style, I think in terms of like a game, I think having her look like this would be pretty cool. Again, it's too soon to really say, yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. But I think a style like this would be kind of fun. Let me remove this, this. It looks pretty sick, thanks. Yeah, 2D platformer, oh definitely. I got a lot of it. I can't say too much yet, but when the time comes, I'll definitely let you know the things I plan to do. Let's see what we got over here. Hop on that Galaxian Theater game. Yeah, baby! Oh, Funky already knows what it is. All right, Funky, I see you. I see you. Bro, I love the soundtrack to that game. I wish there was a way I could play that. Oh, man. It's nice to have friends that know stuff about, I would probably say, more somewhat obscure Namco things. It's not like it's terribly obscure, but that's something that's definitely not in the mainstream. Where can you find one anymore? They were so big and likely got destroyed, I know. I doubt there's any facilities out there that have like, oh yeah, we have this thing left over. So many cool things out there. I wouldn't say it's particularly lost media, but I would say the full experience is probably lost media. I don't think there's any way people are bringing that back. Oh yeah, the PS1, but yeah, I'm talking about the big one. The big one. But yeah. Yeah, but if you want a fun game to play, definitely play Ridge Racer on PSP. Honestly, I think all the Ridge Racer games are fantastic in their own right. I mean, anyone will say Type 4, because yeah, Type 4 is quite literally goated. But I would say if you are interested in playing Ridge Racer for the first time, maybe like you've never played one before, I would say start with the PSP one. I think it's a nice blend of what comes after it, and it has its modern mechanics, but it also has enough of the old stuff. And if you do like it and you think the just the coolness factor alone is worth it, I would say definitely start with like I would say start with the original. Honestly, you can't go wrong with the one on PlayStation. I mean, if you can get a hold of the arcade version, hey, that's awesome too, but like the first game on PlayStation absolutely rocks. Controls will get a little getting used to, you know. I like to call them Twitch controls, you know, where you kind of gotta like tap rapidly to the right or the left to like really, unless you got that Negicon controller, then in that case, you know, in that case, then you're already smooth sailing. But for most normal people though, yeah, play the PSP version. You got Ridge Racer, you got Ridge Racer 2, you got Rage Racer, you got Rave Racer. So many already. Then you got Type 4. Then you also got the N64 one. I don't really care for that one, I'm gonna be honest. I played through that one thoroughly and it doesn't click well with me. I'm not liking the controls. Does your character have a story yet? Or are you still working on it? Oh yeah, she does have a story. I can't say too much, but I can give you the general synopsis of who she is and what goes on there. Okay, there we go. But, yeah, I don't blab about lore too much because I don't want to bore people about it. But yeah, Jatella, she is a raccoon. She lives on a farm, by the coast. So like, think of like a farm near the beach or something, right? She lives in a town full of rabbits she, provides food for. So it's mostly just her in the area, and it's just a town full of rabbit people. And, I would say for her character, yeah. She likes to garden and plant and stuff, and I would say overall, you know, kind of like protecting the environment in a way, you know. I like to think of like early Sonic as an inspiration for that kind of thing. I always loved saving the animals. I always thought that was cool. I liked the messages for, you know, protecting the environment and stuff. That kind of stuff always stuck out to me. Let's see, can I do that? Actually, that looks better. I like fun action-oriented games that still have a positive message in a way, you know? And I'm not trying to be like, this is a game that promotes recycling. No. It's just like the little stuff, just little touches like that are things I like. But also for me, I very much like, I like world building and character depth. So for me personally, characters have to mean something to me before I really make them per se. It's pretty rare that I just make a character without like any real intentions. But for Jatella, I got a whole story I would like to tell. But as for the character herself, yeah, goes there. Sonic CD nailed it? Oh yeah. Rabbit Town, pretty much. Yeah, Sonic CD did great with that. That's why I like the classic games, you know, saving the animals from the badniks, protecting the environment in CD. That kind of stuff is really cool. I'll make a character first and the story around them. There's nothing wrong with that. I think for me, you know, when I made Jatilla all the way back in high school was that she was more of an idea first. I thought about like things I wanted in a character and then I made her. Sonic CD. Maybe I'll play Sonic CD on stream someday. I love CD so much though. It's a fun game. I'd say the things I like most about CD is that even though I would say it has substantially less than Sonic 3 and Knuckles, it makes up for that in the environments and, you know, the unique ways it has in its gameplay. But when it comes to recommending people to like play Sonic games for the first time, I like to tell a lot of people, if you've never played a Sonic game before, start with Sonic 2. I don't even recommend Mania, actually. Not in a bad way. I definitely tell people, no, Mania is a great game. You should definitely play it. But I'm saying, like, if you're the type of person that has never played a Sonic game, start with 2. 2 is very simple. It's pretty easy to get into. The concepts of the game, you know, are pretty good. Understanding the spin dash and how momentum works, you know, is very easy. Because I feel like a lot of new players, when they play Sonic 1 for the first time, they get put off because of how the game plays, you know? And the lack of momentum in certain aspects and how building speed is kind of weird, you know, because there's a lot of, if you get stuck in some spots, you got to run back and forth to build that speed. And I could see how that could be a little frustrating for some people. And I won't fault them for that. If you really like Sonic 2, then I tell people, okay, you can go back to Sonic 1. Maybe a modern version that has the spin dash, or you can go to Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Sparky Fluffles. Hi Fox, got Linux running on my laptop this week. Yo, nice. Well, congratulations, another Linux user detected. Sonic 1 was okay. So Sonic CD for PC and Sonic CD and Origins for PC. You can play Sonic 1 on the GBA. Oh, Thaz, you're really trying to anger some people, aren't you? I wanted to make this a video, but the thing is I got scared because it's like I don't want to attract the wrong side of the fandom to be like, that's stupid. But like, I'm gonna say this is like, if you're new to Sonic in general and you've never played a Sonic game and you want to get into it, buy Sonic Origins and get Sonic Mania. Those are like the best collections we have for a lot of modern people. Now, if you've played those and you're like, oh wow, this is pretty cool, and you want like more of a deeper history of what Sonic can be and do, I also think you should play the original Genesis versions of those games, because while I love the retro engine that all the, you know, all the classic Sonic games were made in, I actually think that you still need a taste of what the Genesis classic physics are like. They're very subtle differences, but again, if you've played them a lot, you're gonna be like, oh wow. And then plus, like, oh my god, you go back to the original Sonic. It's funny playing that because you're thinking, man, how did Sega put this together? Like, Sonic 1 is quite literally held together with duct tape and boogers. I don't know how else to put it other than like that game is barely keeping itself together from exploding, which is so funny. But yeah, I would say start with 2, move on to 3, you know, and then maybe do 1 in CD. But if you're playing like the Origins version, then you might as well go in order because they gave you the spin dash and the drop dash. I know Sega is trying to retroactively add everything like, oh, classic Sonic always had the spin dash and the drop dash. And I think that's true to an extent, but honestly, I like going under the assumption that Sonic learned these moves over time. Sonic Jam on the game comes awful. Sonic Jam for Gamecom weekly Wednesday stream win. No. But yeah, in canon, Sonic's supposed to already have a lot of these moves, but back in the day when these games were being made, you know, they didn't think of these moves for Sonic already. So I already like the fact that in my headcanon, Sonic was learning these moves over time naturally, and I think that was a cool thing, you know? So Sonic 1, so what is it? It's been proven that Sonic CD comes after Sonic 1. Which makes sense, you know, there's no tails. It looks similar in some aspects. I get it. But yeah, it's like in Sonic 1, all he can do is jump and roll, and then in CD, he gains the ability to spin dash. But the original CD, he has that weird spin dash where you have to charge it up by holding the button. You know, you don't really. It's not like Sonic 2. I call that like a sort of beta spin dash because of how weird it is. And then I like to think in Sonic 2, Sonic perfected his spin dash. You know, I like the storytelling through game design. That's kind of how I viewed it as a kid. And then, you know, by the time we get to like, you know, 3 and Knuckles and stuff, he has all those other stuff. Then some people are like, well, how come Sonic doesn't do the super peel out anymore? I'm like, you know, that is a good question. But I also like to think that it's a bit of a reckless move, maybe. What if the spin dash in CD is just Sonic learning how to spin dash? Oh, you literally said that? Yep. But yeah, I've been thinking about that ever since I was a kid. I love thinking about, like, you know, character canon and all that kind of stuff. It's fun. I thought that Tails made the spin dash. No, Tails didn't make the spin dash. In canon, Sonic was already doing the spin dash, and Tails learned it from Sonic. Now, if you really want to weird yourself out, technically, Sonic learned the homie attack from himself. Because Sonic Generations, with the whole time thing, it implies that modern Sonic taught classic Sonic how to do the homing attack. But then people are like, well, how come he can't do the homing attack in the classic games? And I like to think of it as it's like, once he got a taste for it, you know, once he got a taste for it, he just had to learn it over time. I mean, we can make excuses all day, but I think it's kind of funny. Really wish the homing attack was added to Mania. I think it would be a cool toggleable option, but as his base moveset, I don't think so. That would have broken the game, honestly. it's funny because in I don't think people remember this because no one really plays it that much, but Sonic Superstars, one of the abilities, there's a special ability you can get. Sonic gets the homing attack. So I forgot which emerald it is. I think it might be the 6th or the 7th one. But one of the powers you can unlock is a unique, one of the emerald powers you can get is like a unique thing that gives them a move, and yeah, Sonic gets his homing attack. Oh, the Insta Shield? I love that thing so much. I wish they brought that back. Sonic's Insta Shield in 3 was so cool. Earthworm Jim 4 official trailer. I remember seeing this. That's actually crazy. Good night, everyone. All right, see you later, son. Take care, fam. Actually, what time is it for me? Oh, wow, it's 12:26. I'm probably gonna be up all night because my body's still used to the overnight shift. Because I technically went to bed this morning and then I woke up in the evening. So I'll probably end off the stream, probably in about 10 minutes or so. I'll probably honestly just be doing the rest of it on yeah, I'll probably be doing the rest in Discord, to be completely honest. So if y'all want to chill with me in Discord, I'll probably be there in a few minutes. 5 Nights at Taze. This here. FNAF at Freddy's. Oh my god. I love when people do that. Hello, Five Night Freddy. Hello, FNAF Freddy. Like, what do you think the name of his game is? FNAF Freddy? Hello, Five Nights at Freddy's Freddy? I guess it's just as funny as people that go, hello, Sans Undertale. Like, that's his last name. That kind of stuff cracks me up. John Freddy. Oh, yeah, we're adding John to something. Hello, it's me, John Sega, here to sell you the brand new Dreamcast 2. That's right, guys. This time we actually have games. Sega has the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. Make the Dreamcast 2 Sell Sonic Adventure 3 on it? We're so back. The Dreamcast 2 is just a plug and play that can only play Sonic Adventure 3. That would be hilarious. If you have a ripped up sock, do you throw that sock away or do you throw the pair away? I'm gonna be real, I probably just only throw the sock away. And then I'll be wondering why I can't find the other sock. But good question, good question. Sonic Adventure fans constantly wondering why celebrities are being accused of playing their game. I'm back. Hello, back. You know, it's a game I noticed no one ever talks about. Ukulele and the Impossible Lair. I don't know if anyone remembers that game. Everyone talks about, you know, Ukulele in the first game, but no one talks about, like, their second game that was, you know, a 2D platformer akin to Donkey Kong Country. That was fun. I don't know if anyone remembers, like, that game was actually fun. It had a lot of cool movement options, and, like, the overworld was pretty cool. Like, I don't know why nobody talks about that. Don't know anything about it. It's fun. It's literally just like a Donkey Kong Country type game, but with ukulele. I remember Platonic's Bambi's mom deserved it tweet though. Oh my god! Oh my god, the fact we remember that, that's insane. Pokemon's Porygon did nothing wrong tweet. That was funny. That was just a meme. That was a trend for a while. Blank did nothing wrong. It's funny watching big companies and corporations do that kind of stuff when they don't know what the source material even is. But it's true. Porygon only gave kids some seizures, that's about it. Porygon was framed, yeah. Wasn't it true that, like, Porygon, like, never showed up in an episode till, like, what, 20 years later or something? If so, that's insane. He was killed off stage. Oh my god. I think this is a good point to end it off for tonight. I got the second frame basically done. Posing's pretty okay. My thing is making sure that everything is in the right perspective and doesn't look off. That's gonna be the hardest part, as someone that's never really animated something. But I look forward to working on this some more. But if you guys will want me, I'll be in Discord in a few minutes, and I'll be chilling, vibing. Honestly, I might even do a tiny bit of Fortnite, you know? We'll see, we'll see. But, you know, you guys, I want to tell you guys personally, though, like, before I end off everything, oh, wait, where is, okay, he did join the server. I was trying to see what that notification was for. May or may not hop on, that's all fine. But no, I want to say, I appreciate you guys for, you know, just sticking around, talking to me. It means a lot. And supporting me with my little animation endeavors and everything. I can promise you one thing is that I don't care how long it takes, I'm gonna get my idea with Tutela done in the future. It's gonna take some time, but it's gonna happen because this is something that's been bugging me nonstop for years. And when I make it real, I promise I'm gonna make it the best thing ever for you guys. Yeah, for me, I'm gonna be up. I'm probably gonna be up all night because my body's still on overnight shift time. But for those of you that want to sleep, hey, that's completely fine. I respect it. Get the sleep you deserve. I'm gonna hop off for the night. I'll probably hop in Discord in a little bit. But to the rest of y'all, you know, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Sorry I wasn't that talkative. It's like I either read through chat and try to keep up with everyone, or do I focus on drawing? So I think I did okay bouncing back and forth tonight. Oh man. Oh yeah, not me yawning. I mean, I'm tired, but I'm not like sleepy tired. Alright, well, good night everyone. Take care. And as always, stay foxy.